Hello. I'm sorry I'm a little bit late. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Whatever it was that. Weird. Okay. That was very strange. Okay. Yeah, Florence was ready and possibly going to the event, but then Onion and Frank went and changed it, so Florence did not go. But I did get an outfit for Florence, so formal outfit for Florence, but she's Jen's doing something else right now, so we're gonna play Florence for a bit, and then we'll switch over to either Jack and Alice or Onion and Frank. We don't have that much to do on Jack and Alice, really. And obviously Alice can do doctor stuff, but
How are you, miss?
Jack did preside over a trial this week, but he doesn't stream, and I didn't see it, so. To Blackwater. Oh, quite delicious. Oh, this guy with his jaw harp is very annoying. No, just get away from that. Oh my god, that's a terrible joke Siri started with. The man is washing his car with his son. The son asks, Dad, why can't you just use a sponge? I mean, Siri is just saying, I mean, this is a dad joke feature. And if you have any doubt about that, I woke up really early yesterday. Was very tired. Went to bed early. I tried to stay up a little bit, like to my normal bedtime, so that I didn't wake up too early. But I woke up early again. Tried to get back to sleep. Couldn't. Got up at around, like actually physically got up out of bed at around 5:30. Had Aoife, made my coffee, made myself breakfast. And then I was feeling like I might be able to sleep then. So I put on an alarm and I said, okay. And then I went back to sleep. And the alarm woke me up. And then I guess I just dozed back to sleep because I then and the next thing I know, the cat Aoife was on my bedside table poking me in the shoulder, and it was I had about 20 minutes to get myself up and dressed and contact lenses in and get my screaming stuff all sorted. I apologize if something is off. Let me just double check OBS again. I guess I could try slobs again now that I have this better computer, but honestly, slobs is just a pain in the ass now. I just got OBS, so OBS does annoy me because I can't separate I can separate the music like Spotify and stuff. I just can't be arsed right now. But I can't separate the process that plays music in 5M games, so it's not really a worry so much on Red M servers, but 5M servers, it's you basically just have to go in streamer mode whenever your music being played in the game because you just can't stop it. I can't separate it out, and that didn't used to be the case. There was some version of OBS where I could do it. I had it all set up, and I was sending it to, you know, it was not playing on the VOD. And then there's some change happens somewhere down the line where it only will let you select apps and not sub-processes. So it was like all the 5M sound or nothing. And I don't know how to fix it. I know there's some people still have it working, but I don't. I've asked on 5M help things, OBS help things. Nobody responds, even responds to me, let alone tries to help because I don't know what I'm on about. That's another one of the reasons why I'm not really playing on 5M servers right now, other than I'm just kind of burnt out with the GTA RP. I'd rather do this. And I'm sorry if the slower pace, not that I mean my RP was never really fast paced to begin with. I'm definitely not one of these people that has a gunshot a minute kind of thing going on, but I think that's probably okay, as I obviously don't attract the audience of people that have a gunshot a minute thing going on, so. And I never will. I definitely did not start streaming to get rich. That is not the point. I wouldn't mind if I made a little money on it so that I could pay some of my bills, you know, specifically my bill, my internet bill, which is one of my bigger expenses, because I don't have to pay, my mortgage is paid off, I have a paid off car, so I have to pay taxes, utilities, food, other living expenses. And have contingency fund. My contingency fund is a very empty line of credit. So my bills are paid, everything's paid off. Although anything except current credit card bills. So I'm in a really fortunate position. Very fortunate position. I own a little house. It's kind of betraying me at the moment. $59.
My Eleanor had her coin purse snatched right on the street.
What's wrong with this town?
Very fortunate position.
Evening.
Oh my goodness. This is a very Althea event, really. Althea and Onion are the hunters. don't think it's an event that really needs a doctor. Althea used to hunt a lot. She doesn't really hunt anymore. She needs to send a needs to send a telegram to Chef Diane. It's on. It's ooh, the event's on Tuesday, isn't it? Ah, I can't type. Right. Alright, she sent a note to Guy. Alright, I guess I can do another one of your stagecoaches, sir, but please don't send me to Timbuktu. Alright, it's not far. Well, I know Timbuktu is not exactly on the schedule for the stagecoaches. You can get there by stagecoach, to be quite honest. I don't know why I would be marking that, since I know very well where it is. Well, there are not multiple ways to get there. I know Southie is being menaced today. So yeah, I'm a little, you know, that weird feeling you get about sleep. I'm having that today because he's driving a very fun coach and he's like talking about a wagon like this. Come on, sir. So I didn't really do myself any favors. I mean, I'm kind of glad that I did go back to sleep and that I did get a little bit more sleep, but it's going to be a while before I stopped feeling like I had interrupted sleep. And I literally was interrupted by my cat. I fell back to sleep, and you know, if I had late stream or anything, that's fine. People understand and everything, but oh my goodness, my cat decided to come on and poke me in the shoulder, and she's already been fed. Like I fed her first thing. But she knows I'm supposed to be up, so she was a little bit annoyed with me, I think. She had to come and wake me up. Oh, pigs. Pigs on the bridge. Always some guy standing in the dark on this bridge. You are real. Hello.
I really thought I could afford better news by now. Hello?
Althea is riding today for a bit. I did get Althea a ball dress and was going to potentially have her at the event. She was actually in the parlor house this morning. She woke up in the parlor house and got a chance to apologize to Tom for not going to the event and hearing a little bit about it. So,
Funny, eh?
where am I going? I'm a little discombobulated today. Why I'm not getting two passenger oh dear, armadillo. Yeah, well, I guess she's not fairly Timbuktu, is it? Yeah, Dunn is playing something else, which is fine. I don't have a problem with Dunn playing other games. He's not required to go play with me every second or every day. He is allowed to play other games. Hunting event, I don't really have as much of a... Am I going the right way? This does not look like the right way. I think so. Alright. There it is. I don't know why I'm confused because I had too much sleep. Because I fell back to sleep. I fell back to sleep and then I got up way too early again. Like 3:30 or something. Tried to get back to sleep, didn't work, so I watched some YouTube videos for a bit, and then I got up at around 5:30 and fed Aoife, made myself coffee, made myself breakfast, and then I felt sleepy again, so I thought, you know, I can give myself another couple of hours of sleep. So I set an alarm. I went back to sleep. And then the alarm rang. I woke up. I thought, I'm comfy. It's not too hot. The temperature's nice. The bed feels really good. I don't really want to get up. So I closed my eyes again. And this was my mistake because I fell back to sleep. And the next thing I know, Aoife's poking me on the shoulder. It's almost streaming time. I'm completely disoriented feeling. Yeah, you can, because it will send you to that broken bridge if you, like sometimes I've done this, of course. I like the cinematic view because I can stretch my hand out. I can drink my coffee without spilling it. I can make notes for Althea or whatever while letting it drive. And then sometimes it will send you someplace you don't want to go. Aoife did wake me up on time. Aoife's like, it's stream day, Mom. What the hell are you doing? Go back to sleep. You should be awake. Aoife will only let me sleep so long. And that's because, well, at night, I shut my bedroom door because Aoife will be in and out of here doing that. So I shut my bedroom door at night. I also have a slight concern about how the old lady might die in the night and then the cat will eat her face. So, so there's that. That's my own personal problem to deal with. I do worry sometimes, like I have to have an emergency plan. I actually talked about it with Dunn once, or texted Dunn about it. I said, you are the person that's gonna know if I'm, you know, you're the person that's gonna notice if I'm not around. And he's like, oh, that's not good. So I want to get permission from a couple of people to give their contacts to other people. So I'm going to do a little bit of a chain. Because I have to think about taking care of Aoife if something happens to me. She seems quite hale right now and hardy, so she could live for a while. As could I, but you know, you have to kind of develop these plans when you're older, because you just never know. Even though there's nothing especially wrong with me. I am not as active as I should be, and I'm carrying more weight than I should, and sir, this is I didn't do that, sir. Really my fault. Please don't send me to Timbukweed. Won't send me, sir. Rita Rose, I just was in Rhodes. You know, that's where I originated this. Alright. Good gods. Gods. I don't know why I said, well, I said it for the, in case I feel like auto driving, but, because I do like watching the cinematic. But I also cheat like a bandit, do a lot of shortcuts and things. Well, I've been 2 or 3. I have not had very many on either Onion or Althea, very many 4-person carriages lately. Oh no, I don't know dresser. I don't know if you ever saw the video of Alice on Badger taking that shortcut across the Bards Crossing Bridge with her horse, and 3 wolves came onto the bridge to get her. Hi Hayes, how are you doing? Actually got attacked by wolves on that bridge. There was one wolf below the bridge she shot, and she didn't realize that other wolves ran onto the bridge to get her. Actually made it out of that particular encounter, even though it involved making a horse run on a bridge. It is. There is no escape for the wolves. Bees, yes. Well, Beans is off having living their best life. I saw that you were on a new server, Hayes. That's the one, well, there's one I read of recently where people don't have to RP. It's kind of peculiar to me. Is that the one, or is that I'm thinking of a different one. We've got some pre-installed people on here, some left because it's really not, like, we're trying to do something a little bit different here at Brimstone. Yeah, I think that's the one. It's I read that people don't have to RP, that they can just do mechanical stuff and not talk to people, which kind of weirds me out a little bit. No, I know it's not Whiskey. I know obviously there's quite a few freestyle people over in Rosalita, but and Rosalita kind of took off and became quite popular with streamers, which is fine for them. It's way more violent, and like slow burn's kind of out the window if within 2 months of starting up you have an actual full-scale war. Seems like that's not too slow burning to me. Hi, Rilo. That's great. I mean, now there's room for lots of servers with lots of things. We're trying to do a bit more of civ-based server here that isn't like all focused on law and order. We're trying to give people time to tell their stories and get to know each other and have some campfire RP and not like constantly be besieged by crims, because criminal gangs can end up being a problem on a lot of Red M servers where they just basically take it over and then they have their way, and civs, you know, and server owners typically as a rule will give in to demands of these bigger gangs because they want more people on their server and they want to make more money and etc etc, and this is just not the case with us. So we're not interested in catering to big crim groups, so we're not really. And we also feel, you know, that it just, all of us have been doing, you know, RP on servers where there's been a lot of crime, and we just want it to be kind of a more normal feeling environment. Yeah, and some of the servers have really gone that route, and people who are law players and crim players love that, and that's what they want, that's what they look for. The people who are civ players don't really have a place to call their own, and that's what this is. So we do have crims on here, obviously. We have law on here, obviously, but what the emphasis is for law on here is community policing, which is not the bag of a lot of law players, which is fine. But if you feel like you have to have chases and arrests and stuff every day, not terribly realistic. And yeah, exactly. Like, well, we have people coming from a lot of servers to this server because they got literally every time they step out the door, they get robbed. Every single time. And can get robbed by the same people multiple times a day because there's no rules against it. And, you know, all the mechanical crime is being hit constantly all the time. And it's just not about pacing or storytelling, it's about mechanical crime, crimes against other players, constantly, you know, and it just, if you are not a crime player, you know, and even if you are a crime player, like a lot of these people do have crims, but they don't have, you know, they feel like their crims are constantly the victims of crime too, and, you know, it doesn't let you breathe. Look at this place. This place is for relaxing and breathing and like taking your time. And yes, Red Dead Redemption is about crime to a point because Arthur is in a gang, but it's about redemption. It's about him doing other things and learning about himself as a person and becoming a better man, because he realizes that life is finite and that his is, you know, there's a lot of religion back then. There's a lot of people feeling like they're going to go to hell. And I think everybody, even a bad man, is going to think, I need to better my life. I need to become a better person. Also, there's some of these, yes. Some of these people have come to the server saying they just want to fish and hunt and enjoy themselves and meet people and talk and tell stories and have events, and you know. But we got to the point on here too where we had our law players were saying we need W's, or people won't do law if there's no W's. They gotta have W's. They gotta be able to put people away, and you know, law has to win because law will always win. And when you've developed that kind of mentality, when you just got that idea that this is all these servers are to serve crims and cops, and it's basically just GTA with cowboy hats, and then you think, okay, that's honestly not. We're trying to do something different here. Well, the thing is, I mean, you can be a highway bandit, but well, we don't really like shootouts. We had a situation recently where there was a shoot first kind of situation with Law and a Crim, and we gotta kind of trump on that. Like, you gotta do ERP. You know, you can't just shoot him up, bang bang is the solution to a problem. And I think you know, we obviously we had to, you know, deal with it on both sides, but it seemed to me like, you know, you need to I mean, it's roleplay over roleplay, but it's also roleplay over gunplay. And you don't, you know, we have, obviously there will be situations where that will happen, but it needs to be the ending of a story, not in the middle or at the beginning. It needs to have a build to that. Oh, I don't think we'd ever shoot. We have morally gray character. On our previous server, they were trying to be crims, so weren't very good at it. On this server, they're more morally gray. They're business owners that occasionally do a few little underhanded things, but they are really not, you know, not going to be shooting cops. That's not what they're here for. Oh, I mean, I can't even Red Dead Online. I think Dunn and I went on Red Dead Online once, just so I could learn how to create a character and learn how to, you know, how it worked in here and how... We still are working on the scripts here. It's still young. It's still a small team here of people who just want to roleplay, really. And it's Jim's funding this. So Jim gets to say, you know, and of course everybody else has been on servers where there's been lots of fancy scripts and fancy this and fancy that. Jim wants to do it a little differently here. He'd like to get rid of escrowed scripts and have everything himself. It's kind of hard. You start out with escrowed scripts and then you build towards custom stuff. I think that might have been Badger. I don't know that you've ever been on this one. Yeah, Badger was small too. Jim was one of the owners of Badger. And he's the only person that could, like, for which I would volunteer to be staff. So we're learning about the staff thing too. Like, I'm not brilliant at any of that stuff by any means, but you know, gotta start somewhere. And if you start with sort of a level of maturity, you know, and the knowledge that what you do as a staff is to serve the RP and other people, you're not given staff toys so that you can, you know, aid and abet yourself. Oh, here we go. We're going to Timbuktu. You know, that's... And we all are RPers, like we all like to RP, so we're not like constantly monitoring people and dealing with things. I mean, I do keep an eye on the Discord while I'm here in case I have to quickly go and help somebody who's stuck in the void, you know? Oh, this guy plays the jaw harp. It just drives me crazy. My father played the jaw harp. Not what they called it at the time, I can tell you, but called it at the time was racist and terrible, so we're not going to call it that anymore. Yeah, Badger, Jim got ill during Badger, and the other co-owner ended up being the one in charge of it, and that was like the epitome of, unfortunately, you know, giving things to your friends, and only certain people got things, and it wasn't ideal what happened. Also, it was I think they really wanted to have a supernatural server, which I think are doing. I think the other owner of Badger is doing Badger again as a supernatural server, which is all well and good. I think it was unfortunately a supernatural server without kind of being billed as such. So there was one family of people who got to have special powers, and they turned into animals, so they had, you know, the pet kind of thing where they were able to turn into animals. So it was, it was a bit strange. Like, they were playing a different game than everybody else. Also, there were a few people who were allowed to get away with some things that really should not have been happening. Like, there were people who played more than one character in this family, and their alts were writing telegrams to each other and transferring assets to each other, and it's just like quite openly, and it was just like, nah, you shouldn't do that. Like, you should not do that. You should not have your alts in communication with each other, because you're just metaing all over the place, really. But yeah, there was, you know, one of the staff members who was part of this group was a vampire, supposedly, and I don't know. It kind of was before there was this sort of spate of these supernatural servers, and now. But it wasn't advertised as such. It was just like and there were just some people that were allowed to get on, like, have these very long-running story arcs that just ate up the whole server in terms of resources and brain power and stuff. And it just, as a doctor character, to constantly have to, like, there was no end in sight for this arc, and it just was exhausting to me, because you'd cure somebody of this blight, and the next day they'd have a relapse, and off you go again, and it was just like there was no winning. There was no getting over this. It just kept, and it went on for about 6 months before I wrote to the server owner and said, I'm done with this. Like, I can't keep doing this. This is soul destroying, you know? And she agreed with me, and basically they said, because there was no end game. Like, they had no end plan for wrapping it up. It started with good intentions. There was a character who basically looked for some backstory that involved her having been in a cult of some kind, and they came to get her and everything. And on the surface, it would have been fine, but it would have been fine for like a 2-month arc. And after that, it just got repetitive, and it just did the same thing over and over again. And you can't, like, panic for more than a couple of months. You can't have that feeling of panic. It just becomes normal. In real life, even, like, it just, you just get, you could be in a situation where things are bad, but then it becomes the new normal, and you just cope with it, because you can't be in a state of crisis all the time. You've got to, your brain can't take it, so you start adjusting to it, and it almost becomes blasé. So the initial impetus for the story arc was fine, but then it just went on too long, and there was no end game. There was just no plan to stop it. And they had to be stopped by staff. Like, it's just like, this is over now. This is done. They had already caught and imprisoned the person involved. And when they got out of prison, they just kept doing it. And it was just like, okay. Thought it was over, but apparently not. You know, it's just like, okay. I mean, they should have been in prison for life. I don't know why they got out, or why it was agreed that they would just pick this thread back up. You know, I don't know how that would happen. You've been caught, you've been arrested, you've been punished. It kind of happened with another crime that same person had done, where they got caught, they got imprisoned, and then they got out and they did the same things again. I'm like, how many times do we have to do this story? Interesting story, interesting characters, not saying it wasn't. I actually think that they did a really good job with that, but at the same, I have no quibble about, you know, the character or the story. Just when it wraps, it wraps. Like, you can't just keep doing the story ad infinitum. That's one thing I do kind of, you know, caution people who are doing these more intricate story arcs, like criminal story arcs, is, you know, have an end game in mind. Like, and when you get to that, sometimes you get to that faster than you want, but it's still the end, you know. So it's basically like having a perma conditions or something. Like, when you've reached your conditions, the arc is over. And yes, if you reach those conditions a little earlier than you want, but you've still got your conditions. So I think it's just a question of, you know, being true to your vision of the story and not saying, oh, I'm still having fun, I still want this to go on, so I'm going to just ignore the fact that all the conditions have been met to stop the arc, and I'm just going to keep doing it. That could be reasonable, but you also have to think about whether it is realistic. We do have rules on here for people not doing serial killer arcs or government official corruption arcs without clearing these with staff. And we had somebody do a corrupt government official serial killer without talking to staff about it. You know, like, I don't know why. Like, the reason that we asked for this to be a condition is, you know, staff be involved, is so that things like this do not get out of hand. And so there are conditions that are met, and we know what they are, and we're going to police it a little bit, because you know, you don't want the server to be tied up with this person like they're the main character for 6 months. You know, it ends up being, you have to understand balance in the server, and there aren't any main characters, so they're not supposed to be. So Now, nothing like that's going on now. This was like in the very early days of the server. We had that situation arise where somebody decided that they were going to do this arc and they weren't going to tell anybody about it. We had to make it apparently more clear in the rules. We had our growing pains where I was editing the rules every day for a while because people were like, well, it's not in the rules, so we want people, and I mean, there's rule number 1 is don't be an asshole. We have, you know, so we just had to make things more explicit because apparently don't be an asshole is not that clear to people. So our very short, like deliberately short set of rules have had to be expanded because people do need to be told in what ways not to be an asshole. A little unfortunate. I think we got our bases covered now, but you never know. But I think we've also put in the rules that if you're looking for a fast-paced RDO type environment where you get to shooty all the time, this is not the server for that. There's plenty of servers for that. No, there's plenty of servers for that. We are happy with slow building our pop. We're happy with, you know, vetting our people and making sure people understand the kind of server that they're getting on. And they're not going to change our minds about this, so they're not, you know. And to be fair, we have not really, since very first opening, had to deal with people saying, I want the crim rules changed so that I can win more. We're not getting that, which is great. We do have some crims. They are not they're not causing problems particularly. I think they're trying their very best to do interesting RP for the law and having fun themselves, and there might be some disagreements here and there, but for the most part, I think it's right. We don't have that many like real crims, I don't think. We have well, I don't see the logs myself, but we are there are staff that monitor out there monitor the logs of things like criminal activity, mechanical crime and stuff to make sure people aren't grinding crime. There's no particular reason to grind crime. Sure, crime pays a bit, you know. Oh my god, I can't say. You get money from crime. You get money from doing legal activities too. So you don't have to grind crime. And I think people have to understand, like, criminals have to fit into society in a way too. Like, there's not that many criminals who also don't have other ways to be in contact with the community. So you don't have, you know, people still have to rely on each other. It's still kind of a frontier. It's 1885. And if you do bad shit, it's going to, you know, people are going to shun you. People are not going to patronize your business. People are not going to want to work with you. You can't be night and day, you know. And yeah, sure, people are not supposed to know you're criminals, but rumors get out, word gets out, and, you know, if you're... Hi, Witch, how you doing? I'm doing pretty well. I
I was up at Sparrow Fart yesterday morning, and was really tired. So I didn't even go on after the 8 p.m. reset. I took it easy, did some chores, went to bed early, and then I woke up at Sparrow Fart again at 8 o'clock this morning. Watched some videos and stuff. Then got up at about 5:30, fed the cat, made coffee, made my own breakfast. Then I fell back to sleep, and I've been kind of discombobulated. I fell back to sleep, had an alarm set for 2 hours, or an hour and a half. And then I woke up the alarm, but then I dozed off again, and my cat woke me up. And I still feel like I'm pretty sleepy. But I did get more sleep, and that's nice. I wonder if I'm going to have trouble with the $90 to bring 3 guys all the way to... Oh boy. That's yucky. You should definitely pay more for these longer hauls, you know. Should. Not bangers. I do like bangers so much. 4 to rows. Oh my god. Are they going to actually come in? 1. I am not liking the look of this at all. 1 guy out of my 4. That means I'm not going to get paid much. Now that Jim is back from vacation, I might have to ask him to look at his script again, because these guys aren't coming out. And when they don't come out, you don't get paid much. You get paid per passenger. Sometimes you can see them just disappear. But I think that's it. They usually follow each other. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. On the other hand, it's fine. Dun's playing a different game, so I don't have to worry about Dun this morning. He'll be along. But he's playing another game he likes, so. I might, play a dog. So what's going on? I think the top pay for anything that I've had has been 125. I think that's the most that it pays. We get tumbleweed to Armadillo. I've been paid $20 from... I know. One of the things about it is that we're not trying to get people to grind this either, really. The idea is to do a few of these to get your day's worth of money, and then you just don't do it anymore. And one of the ways to keep people from doing it all day is to do stuff like that, like make it more luck of the draw. And that you are supposed to stop doing it. Like, you're not supposed to get on the server and do this from morning to night. It is one of the things that older characters like this can do to make some money without killing things. But you don't need that much money to live. So you should not be grinding this, and we do want people to not, you know, there is guaranteed money in a bunch of ways. For example, you can take about an hour and do all 14 of the Pony Expresses, because you get specific locations every time. From if you get a Pony Express, pick up a Pony Express job at Valentine, it's gonna go to strike, and you know that. So that is one of the ways that you can move around, get paid to move around, is doing Pony Express. It does, each one pays $35, but if you do all 14, that's almost $500. So it is a little more interesting. It's a little more risk in that you're riding a horse, although you could do it with a wagon, I suppose, if you had your own wagon, because that kind of renders you a little bit impervious to wolves' attacks and such. But if you want to do it, you get quite a lot of money doing it. There's some really short haul ones and some really long haul ones. Like, you do Strawberry to McFarland and McFarland to Tumbleweed, and that's a long one. That's the longest one. Because Dunn and I did them all. Just to try. Yeah. And we're still pretty low pop at certain times of day, pretty low pop, but that's because we're trying to build it slowly with like-minded people and not, have groups of people come in to try to change the rules and run things, make it more criminal. And we want to have a civ-focused Redem server, basically. We're trying to have a civ-focused, slow RP burn. Rosalita opened a little after we did, and they've already had a full-scale war within 2 months, so slow burn's kind of out the window, I think. And they're very violent mechanical crime. So if people like arena sports, that's the place to go. Having an actual war within 2 months of opening your server seems very, very fast-paced RP to me. Some people like that. And I think that's the nice thing about it, is you can make a server and have it be something different. And then you attract the kind of people that want that kind of server. Badger Hollow, under the surface, was a supernatural server, but it didn't really get known like that, and they didn't advertise it as that. And when I found out, my character found out that there was a family that turned into animals, she never, she also knew there was a vampire, but she didn't get like that, like that kind of stuff. I don't know. I think you kind of have to be upfront about that stuff. And they are. I think Shatner's doing another server where it's being advertised as a supernatural server, and that's fine. That's good. Then you get the kind of people that want that server, and you go out there. We basically tell people in our rules that we are a slow burn, and if they're looking for a fast-paced, shoot-'em-up GTA Cowboy kind of server, then we're not the right match for them, not the right fit. And we're slowly getting more and more people who got tired of that kind of RP, where they got robbed every day and shot every day, and there's just constant criminal activity all over the place, and people had to act like that was normal. And it's not normal in 1885 to have constant criminal activity. People didn't swear in 1885, let alone run around robbing people every day and then expecting them to be friends with you. And yeah, there's crime. We do have crime. We do have, some people who are trying to be gangs. or at least simulate gangs, because don't really have a population yet for gangs, but we have gang roles, we just don't have gangs yet. And we have time because we're not trying to build the server to make money. We're trying to have a server where people are going to enjoy RPing with each other, telling their own stories, having fun. We've been slow building the Onion and Frank relationship since we, before the server opened. Because Onion and Frank were brought in to test crime stuff for Jim. And we're still making changes based on people's suggestions and so on. Are you playing somewhere else now, Butch? Okay. I know some people need higher pop servers to do their stuff, but we've got a bunch of people who have friends. There's a friend group that came in that's a Civ-based friend group. And we're expanding. They're really event-oriented people here, which is really nice. Like every week there's been an event. And yeah, you don't have huge attendance. You can't really have huge attendance on Red M anyway. You get that 30-some people performance issue thing that's built into this place. On that original one? Like, is it WhiskeyRidge or is it another one? Are you on the Badger Hollow one? Because I know Shatner's was planning to start that up again. I wasn't paying too much attention to it. Annoy the bison. Oh, there they are. Excuse me, bison. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Oh yes, go to visit beautiful Blackwater. West Haven? Oh. I think I know that one. Yes, Althea is a bit of a menace. Hi, Pigeon. What are you doing? So the Rio was back yesterday. He was at the event, the comp. Oh! I do not have any tattoos. I am an old lady. But kind of amazed at how tattooing has kind of evolved in my lifetime. Because it was definitely something that was very restricted, very widespread. Yeah, I never got one. I know there's actually quite a few people who have you know, got tattooed in, like, when they're older. Because one of the ways they would kind of deter you from getting tattoos when I was younger was to say, you don't know what your body's going to look like, and this is going to look terrible if you get old and fat. I don't really. I mean, people said all kinds of things to young people to keep them on the straight and narrow back in the day. Most of which was bullshit. Now that I am old and fat, it's a different story, really. I used to tell girls the only job you'll be able to get is in a circus. As a painted lady. If you get tattoos, nobody will hire you. It has very much changed for the better. But it's taking time for certain things. Like, I don't think face tattoos are ever going to be accepted in business. I just don't think they will be. Unless it's you are an indigenous person and it's an indigenous tattoo. And even then, I think people, it's a long way to shaping cultural change. It's a long old road. I mean, in my lifetime, I saw how long it took to get for seatbelts to get accepted. Like, you have to understand, you know, people were very against seatbelts, regardless of how much scientific evidence, you know, proved that seatbelts save lives. There were people who would argue up, down, and sideways, and I was related to some of them, that they would kill you in an accident because they would cut off your blood pressure and this and that, and just like social change takes time. They did a lot of like the anti-smoking campaign, you know, since I was a kid. And all the social changes around smoking have happened in my lifetime. Because up until, you know, I was born in 1960. So people were still smoking everywhere. I was on flights where there was smoking sections. You know, I've seen people smoking in waiting rooms in hospitals. You know, back in the day, restricting people's smoking was difficult, and getting people to accept that they needed to do that was difficult too. And it took a long period of time. Long social social campaigns in newspapers, not social media, but there were all these campaigns and ads. And here in Canada, we also had a lot of like on packaging warnings and such. Still do. I worked for a firm that did a lot of public opinion research around that kind of thing. What would prevent you from picking up a package of cigarettes and smoking? Is there some way that we can make it easier for you to learn about how shit smoking is going to be for your body? You know, that kind of, and we would do these social, you know, surveys and campaigns and focus groups and things about how to help people with smoking, and it worked. It took decades, but it worked because there are far fewer smokers than there used to be. Hasn't, yeah, 61 year old. It hasn't eradicated smoking, but it has definitely cut it down a lot, and it has changed people's view about the social acceptability of smoking. And I think, you know, it governments have to see that as a win. You know, health proponents have to see that as a win. I want to go see if I can be a dog. Yeah, you start out bad and it end up getting worse, you know. But that only applies to people who are planning to carry children. So, you know, you have to be multi-pronged approaches to these things, and yeah, exactly. And men, I guess it's not effective for certain audiences. Getting people to not smoke around children was another huge part of that. You know, like making people feel bad for putting children in smoking environments because they were extremely common to just keep smoking around kids in my youth. My parents didn't smoke. My parents had both quit smoking by the time I was born, but that was not the case for my older siblings. And houses used to be full of smoke, right? Vaping is, they've got a whole other campaigns going on about vaping because that's kind of a two-pronged problem, right? Because there's a nicotine problem, but there's also the marijuana problem, and the stylishness and social acceptance of smoking. Oh yeah, there was definitely lead in everything. Hi, Next, how you doing? Lead paint. Oh my god, I've restored houses without having masks on my, and realized that there was chipping off layers of lead paint. Oh my god. Baby powder. Talcum powder. I loved that shit when I was younger. I used to use talcum powder all the time because I like to feel fresh. You know, I like to feel fresh, and I wasn't allowed to bathe every day because my parents would only let you take one bath a week because water was so expensive. So there I am, you know, dousing myself in talcum powder every day, only to find out years, decades later, that talcum powder is gonna kill me. What are you gonna die of? Not from a bullet, not from smoking. I'm gonna die of talcum powder use. Because they didn't switch to cornstarch till what, 19 in the 2000s or something? Like, honestly. Are you European these days, Next? I'm seeing all the changes there. I think you left the medieval server, but they really jumped the shark, and yeah, I mean, you really shouldn't. I mean, people just, I didn't know. My husband died of well, I guess technically speaking, he died of a blood cancer, but it was because he ruined his lungs. And we're not really sure about it, but he was an artist and he used a lot of different materials over his life, and he had very closed, non-ventilated studios, and well, they've made it into a full scale magical server, and some people got magic and other people didn't, so you're a second class citizen if you didn't have magic, and I had a real problem with that because I was a non-magical healer, and then they approved magical healers, and it was just like, I was working so hard at that. But then they realized the error of their ways because people left in droves because of all the magic shit, and then And then they have now banned the magic shit, so a bunch of the magic people have left. So I don't know. I don't know. You can't please everybody. I know they're working to make some changes to make things better. Althea is a massive alcoholic, by the way. Yeah. Well, that has been another thing too. That was another aspect of the whole anti-smoking thing, was to get television and Hollywood on board and to stop having characters look cool while smoking. It's helped, but it hasn't, been there. There's so many things that have to happen. All right, I've got to take a bit of a chance here. I'm not going to switch to my. I'm going to switch to. It's not saving pads or something. It's a bit of a risk to do this here, but. Take me a few tries to get this one. Black and white one. Right, and now I'm gonna just. I flipped into the door. I'm in a wall. I'm in a wall. I get out of the wall. I can't get in here. That's one of the problems, is you can't get into a lot of MLOs. This is one of my dogs. I have a couple of dogs. We're still testing the dogs. It honestly doesn't seem to be possible to do the animal pads without having administrative controls, because there's a bunch of things that we haven't solved yet, but we're working on it. I'm gonna go to this pup's home because I'm gonna try inspect to see if their person's home. Should be able to get here. Like, I can do this because I have admin controls, but as I was a rabbit on Badger Hollow, I'd have to run to get to those places. Well, you'd stay where you were, last perp, but here you have there's a human pad that you have to be a human pad. You can't jump. I don't know if the person is here. They're often here. I basically have two different ranch dogs, but out. My person's not here. There's some sheep here. This doesn't shut. I don't know why this gate doesn't shut. It doesn't stay shut. Okay, it swings open. It has a lock on it apparently, but it just doesn't stay shut, and I certainly can't stand there all day and try to keep it from opening. There were pigs there yesterday, and they just kept running out. Now, I have experimented a little bit with what kills these animals, and snake bites kill them. But alligators don't kill them. You can just push the alligators around like they're made out of styrofoam. I have not succeeded in being killed by a cougar yet. Well, Badger is coming back as a supernatural server, I think. It was a supernatural server, unfortunately, without letting people know that. Oh, there's the paper. If it'll kill me. Can you kill me? We're just gonna hang out with friends. We'll hang out with friends. Yeah, we're just gonna hang out with friends. I'm just gonna take a shit right here. Okay. I just bug you. I bug you. I bug you. I bug you. I bug you. Will you kill me if I bug you? Will you kill me? Just gonna hang out. Thought so. Did look a bit surprised. He's not afraid of the dog. I can't attack or knock over or anything like that. I don't even like impact him at all. I'm just gonna go in your bush. Where do you go? I'm literally just pushed him and he's not like reacting to me at all. Okay, so that's good in that we don't really want the animal pets to be attacked by animals all that like killed by predators all the time. It just it's interesting that we can die of the snake poison. We can get it gives no fucks about me at all. You know? Hey pal. Hey buddy. Hey buddy. Alright, that's good to know. I have had to try to run them off from attacking my human. You're just a bit of a skunker, aren't you? This is really interesting to watch them up close when they're not attacking people. To see their behavior just like naturally. Hi, bud. Hi, buddy. Like, look at the way it hunts. Look at the way it skulks. Yeah, just gonna be a bit of a shitter, are ya? You're just gonna skulk. Like, it knows that there's a pet there, but it's not able to identify it as prey, so it doesn't know what it is. Hi, Bella. Hi, buddy. It just doesn't care. Okay, so that's science done. I know, I know. Spicy kitty! Spicy kitty! They are very murderous. Very murderous. Hey, Spicy kitty. I'd like to talk about the number of times you attack people on this farm. Oh, we're gonna run? Where are we running? Where are we going? Oh, you're hunting. Oh, it's hunting. It actually hunted. Alright. It was actually hunting prey. Alright, that's interesting to watch its behavior, but not that interesting. Where's my person? Oh, where my person is. I don't think my person is here. He's probably good, because I don't want him to constantly get gored by this animal. I've watched him get attacked by it once before. I don't think so. An attack on the pet? I don't think so. Like, I sat there trying to get chomped by alligators, and they're just like, meh. And I'm pretty sure wolves would be the same. Guess I could try. Plasma, hi. How you doing? If I can't get chomped by the spicy kitty, I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna get chomped by wolves either. Wolves are a little harder to predict. That cat is always there. pretty good. What the hell is... What is this cow doing here? Oh no, it's not a cow. It's a deer. Like, these don't give any fucks either. They're just like they're made of styrofoam. You just push them around. Like, they're not afraid of the dog pets. They should be. They're just not. They're just annoyed at you. No, they can't. We do. I mean, I have run at the cougar as it's been attacking, and it distracts them somewhat, but it doesn't. We have no attack mode. We can't attack. We can't even jump. There's no jump. And if I stop running, and if I'm not doing an emote, it will definitely take a crap. Like, it's just not. They're very interested in pooping. Like, the rabbits don't really care. We can get bitten by snakes. That we can do. We swim. We're pretty good at swimming. The rabbit swimming are hilarious. I love the rabbit swim. So much better than on 5M. Because all the animals sort of swim like little dog paddle. They basically dog paddle. They're so cute. This dog has no name. This dog has not been named. My other dog, that's a blue tick coonhound, has been named. His name is Milo. This dog has not been named. Now, we don't eat or drink as the animal pets. I don't think he's been able to get any attack stuff to work yet. I think he's building this up because honestly, Jim has a bit of a war on escrow scripts. It's really, he'd like to be in control or be able to change different aspects of the scripts, but we're still stuck with them for housing and stables for the moment. We've still got, it's not that easy to have a fully custom server without a lot of dev work, and there's still a lot of stuff in Red M that's gate kept. So right now we don't eat or drink as animal pets, we just exist. A limit? Is there an actual limit? Or is that a self-imposed limit? I didn't know there was a limit. Oh, a Discord limit. Oh, okay. I like the animal pets too, but honestly, they're just there to facilitate RP with the humans. So I don't know where this dog's human is. The other dog's human has been on a leave of absence. So let's not get run over. One of the first things I did the first time I was a rabbit on a Red M server, which on Badger, I immediately took the rabbit to meet the bison because I wanted to see the rabbit with the bison, because one of the real joys of it is to be able to interact with the animals you can't interact with as a human. We'll see if this if they were bothered by this barky dog. Can I round up bison? Can I round them up? They really give no fucks either, but they find me an irritant, I think. Let's piss off one. I am kind of oh, some pizzle. It was just about to take a bison. I'm actually kind of shepherding them. He got annoyed with me. Oh, but he didn't get aggressive or anything. He just I'm kind of hurting them. Be your friend. Come on. I want to be your friend. You find me annoying, don't you? You're annoying. I'm just annoying them at this stage. Alright, we're gonna go into Blackwater. I'm gonna see if our people are in Blackwater. I might have to switch back to Althea because actually I can switch to Onion. I could do I think I could do a little more Althea, but I'd have to move her back to Rhodes. So right now Althea's a black and white dog and she's running around. That's another thing is dogs don't have inventory, like you literally can't press I and you have no inventory as a dog. We don't eat and drink, we have to use just emotes to eat and drink in front of people. We've told people they don't have to give food and drink, physical food and drink to the animal pets, so they don't have to waste their resources to feed the animal.
Some silver had gone missing and the rest of the help were all gringos. And they blame me?
You can't go into things. You can't even get on some porches as a dog. As an animal pet. There is one I want to try. I got the impression I might be able to go into this one place as an animal pet if I go in from the back. Yeah, I can. I can go into this. I don't know why I can go into this one. I have no idea why I can go into this one and not other MLOs, but you can go into this one. This is where Althea lives, sort of, officially. You can go into this as an animal pet, and I don't know why you can go into this one and not anything else. That's a bison. Yes. It does mean that. Okay, so I can't really, I think, go back to being Althea without This is another thing I'm learning. This pet, like I can go back to being Althea because I can return to normal, quote unquote. But when I return to normal, I'm invisible. So now I'm Althea, but I'm invisible. And I don't know, like, if I move Althea to back to Rose. Will she be visible when she gets back there? Oh, apparently not. Also, there's a little weird, and I don't know if this is just me or if it's the any other animal pet that's not an admin, but it seems to be kind of no-clippy. Just some of the movement feels kind of no-clippy. Alright, so I don't know how to make her visible. I might have to restart. Give me a sec. Don't have a don't have a slideshow of Althea because I don't take a lot of pictures on Althea. She's such a just a practical purpose character because I use her to do the newsletter basically. She did exist before I started doing the Blackwater Ledger, but it was always kind of in my mind that I were into something like that. I don't know what we're gonna do for Halloween, but honestly, the sky's the limit. We do have a few tricks up our sleeve. Just take a second to Discord and make sure everybody's stuck. Okay, let me just check. I'm gonna try to get a horse on Aslan. Aslan, see. Every day I try to take Aslan to Silver Lining Stables to see if she can get her horse that she won. She won a horse. Aslan won a horse. I just recently got this house. It wasn't. There's still a few of these houses peppered around. I think because they're not on the don't know if you could just walk up and buy them. 'Cause I think that wasn't quite working, but there's something that's a little bit weird about the locks too. But this is their view. You get to look right across the Pecker Point where our other characters live. It says select or G, but you have to use R, and I don't know why. Tuck her boots into her, or over her pants, because she comes out with her boots under her pants. I really like traveling at night, and that you're one of the reasons why, sure. You make me nervous. Stealthy little bastard. Look at you. Right, so did our storage upgrade yesterday? We have 10,000 storage. Yes, it's safe to say our storage upgraded yesterday. We still got a lot of wood. And we still have 13 rocks, or stones, but we managed to upgrade it. These are all, I think I finally figured out I was getting these cigarettes off of bandits. Because I have her preferred cigarettes that she buys at Tom's, but I keep getting these other cigarettes. And I think they're just off bandits. Well, we have quite a bit of storage here. We also have a secondary storage in here. And that's 5,000. We got lots of storage here. I don't know where this grape came from. Frank gave her grapes. I don't know. The Frank and Oslin love story is taking its sweet time. We took their sweet time with that. They're still not a couple, but they are really getting close. Oslin has talked to a couple of people about how she feels about Frank. Frank talks to nobody, and she doesn't have any idea whether Frank is interested in her or not. They have been friends and sharing a house for quite a long time. Not this house, they had a different house, which has since been bought. It's a very desirable location, so when it became available, somebody snapped it up. And it's not that expensive. It was like $8,000, but it's this house up here at the waterfall. Good condition. It's a good property. There are elk and moose up here to shoot. There's also a cougar up here, wolves occasionally. You know, it's a really good location. And they were going to have a different kind of life back then. They were going to be outlaws. They were going to rob banks and do rough stuff. And then they got a business. They became kind of legitimate. And so now they're kind of just slightly morally gray. It says G, but you have to use R. I haven't found anything but snakes here. The horse spawn is up there. Hi, baby. Ooh, I know. I think they have express. Now is not a good time to get ducks, I don't think. I say that when I hear a duck. I don't really want to get attacked by wolves going to Silver Liner Stables, but I guess I will risk it. Seeing ducks. There's a lot of hunting around here. One of the things that that Jim's gonna do is he's gonna check and see who has not been checking and clocking into the server in the past month, and if they have a house or a camp, we're gonna clean those up. Keep them in circulation. Given warning. People who aren't playing, can't have people who aren't playing, buying up resources. Resources are limited on these servers to an extent that they aren't really on 5M servers. So on a 5M server, it's not such a big deal if somebody buys a property and it doesn't show up for a month. But on here, it kind of really is kind of a big deal to tie up properties and then not play. We've got active players who need houses, so. And that's a player basis thing, not a not character login basis thing. So it doesn't really matter if you haven't logged in on your alt has a house, that's fine. If you've logged in on another character, that counts as you being an active player. I know other servers have similar kinds of rules about it because it is very managing resources on these servers can be challenging. Come on, TD. Take me fun to wolves. I know, we don't normally like doing that, do we, Jim? There's 3 different places wolves can spawn between here and Silver Liner Stables. This is the other one. But there's pigs here, which leads me to believe there's probably not wolves here. I didn't have money. Shouldn't really. It's okay though. You pigs are lucky I'm not hunting pigs today. When you out hunting things, they are here around in abundance. If you are hunting things, you will not be able to find them for love nor money. No luck. There's a bear. It's okay, Tilly. It's just a little bear. I'm not interested in hurting you. You are not happy about that bear, are you? Well, Georgia's not here. In New Austin, please send telegram. I was just there in New Austin on a dog, and there wasn't anybody at the ranch.
This is some powerful stuff.
Hello.
Hello. I have the wrong book. I have a book for each of my characters because I'm an old lady in a Philippine. All color coded. Onions is a dark blue. Alice's is pink. This is a light blue. Is EL9267. Suppose I could talk to Ed Light too.
Greetings.
Now her horses are named Jem, Tilly, and Mabel. Tilly and Mabel were already named. Horse names are very tricky. Anybody got any ideas? Can you ask a question on the notice board? Yes, you can. I don't know if I can answer a question on the notice board, but you can ask. It's a new script that we brought in. Jim's not really happy with it. It's in weird ass order. I don't think there's any way to kind of force it to have specific order, but hasn't been a big priority of his to try to work on it because he was away for a couple weeks. So I've been coming around the stable to be regular and have not seen you, so I'm sending you a telegram. I've been thinking about the horse I won at the horse show for having Tilly the best horse, and it is hard to top a horse like Tilly. But I am thinking about another Matilda, and I was liking the look of the imported one. That fella at your stable was calling her Karen, but I don't think that is, we could, have another sentence. The fellow at your stable was calling her Karen, but I don't think that is too fit a name for a pretty horse such as that. I think I would call her Cinnamon. I do not know if that is too expensive a horse if there is a budget, but I would be happy to pay the training and shoeing costs and any extra above the 100 as I do not want to unduly burden Delilah who is paying for it. Best wishes, Onion. I think, let me just gonna I'm just gonna go look at the horse again.
Come on.
I'm just gonna look at the horse again to see if that is a fitting name.
Sweet Christ!
What are you worried about? Okay. So Jim's in Dakota, I believe. The one I want is one of the imported horses. Little baby horses are so funny. I wish it could stay little baby horses, but of course that's not realistic. Gotta place one on the notice board. Yeah, don't use a Discord link because that and don't use IMG or Imager because those ones don't play well with, like, they block them from appearing on 5M and Redem servers. So that's what Gem is. Did I pass the imported when I was thinking about that? So I use IMGBB, and you have to get the full name or location, or the full URL of the actual image, not the page that it's on. Where the heck are the imported horses? I'm just blind today because I just... Probably passed it to IMGBB. Is what I use. So when you upload the picture to it, then you have to click on the picture and then right click to get the image address. And you paste that on the board. And then it should show in both places. Now, sometimes it doesn't work and I don't know why. Where are the imported horses? Are they gone? Did they take them out? I'm not seeing the imported horses. I think I'm... Do I have to pick another one? Yeah, Discord, Discord links in Discord stay, but if you use the Discord link outside of Discord, it basically wipes, and I don't know why. Sometimes it'll work and sometimes it won't. So I am definitely not seeing any imported horses, so they've taken them out. They're gone. Okay. Well, never mind. We're gonna have to figure out another horse. I'm glad I checked before I got that. I guess I could go with just a regular Nakota. Mustangs are good. That is $1,000 horse. That is beautiful. Arabians are small, but they're really nice horses. And they come in a black, which is acceleration on them is really good. My top speed's not bad. Perkimans are nice too. They don't accelerate quite as good. I think that's what she's got is in Northern Dakota. I don't know. I really like some of these horses, but they're not very quick. And also, I do have to think about the fact that sometimes she has to carry Frank around as well. I don't really like, the Arabians are small. Saddlebreds are nice. But I think Althea's got a saddlebred. Oh, one saddle? No, that's not what she's got. There definitely have been changing the horses on here. They're trying to do a whole rationalization for the horses, and they're trying to yeah, so use the, like if you go on IMDb, for example, this is, I have the saloon poster there, so you upload it, the IMDb, and then you click on the thing you uploaded, and then you right click and you copy image address, and that will give you the actual image address with the PNG on the end or whatever, and that is what you post in. It should show both horses. It's a pretty nice horse. Oh my goodness. Good. Oh my goodness, look at that. That's what Frank has. I like the buckskin ones too. What have we got for weather going on out there? What the heck? Arabians don't know much. Not that that's really a problem anymore. Just really gone. The weather's gone nuts out there. Look at that. It's like a fucking hurricane happening. Well, that's what she's got. That's gem that she's replacing. Honestly, she has the horses that she wants, so this is like a bonus horse. Thoroughbreds spec out very nicely. They're not that expensive. I think that's what... Black chestnut. I can't remember what Althea has. Markers and... Saddlebred is just showing one, like there's not more than one now. She has a Shire. Three Foxtrotters. Okay. Road of the Last. Three Foxtrotters are pretty good. I don't know why the other characteristics change based on the appearance, because that really shouldn't be a thing. A blue foxtrotter, that sounds like it might work. Ooh, sable champagne foxtrotter, that's pretty. Might be the one. That's $700. That's budget. True. I think we might. This might be the winner. These were all rewritten. So I think we might go there. Just left poor Tilly out having her poop in the pouring rain. Sorry about that, Tilly. Come on, baby. I'm sorry. I did not mean to drop you in the rain. Sorry, girl. Look at you shining. Look at the shine on you. No wonder you won. You're so pretty. Who could turn you down and say you weren't a beautiful horse? Look at that. You are so pretty. What happened to you? Did you lose your flower in the water? What happened to your flower? She's got a flower normally, and oh, it's about that time. Just a second. Here we go. All right, we'll send that off. That's doable. She gets her pretty bow back or flower back, and she does. Yay! Hello. See if we can find us some birds. Birds to shoot. Rain and the shadows and things. Sometimes the shadows go a little fast. Like that was pretty freaking rapid shadow movement, but I just find it so amazing to ride, like just watch and look at the unfolding landscape. I never get the second deck. I'm not fast enough. Oh! Ow! Look at the storm cloud. Look at that storm. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Might be better just get to the saloon and not worry about hunting. Yeah, lots of pretty rainbows and things in this. Goodness gracious, Chili, let's just get to the saloon. said no hunting, just sketches a saloon, but you just heard. Winnie Bird. You're very good and patient, Tilly. You're such a good horse.
Are you in the mood for some fun?
You in the mood for a fish in your face?
Things is bad for old Joe. You don't even have it.
Don't be shy, darling. Let's have some fun.
What are we gonna do about this empty glass?
Evening.
Don't give her that look. She's with me. At least she wants to be.
Can't argue with that.
Now that's just drink talk.
You're worse than Dale Maroney.
Brother like that won't last long around here.
Evening, ma'am.
Evening.
She stole us an oxen twice as stupid.
You've been in the sun too long.
I have had people come when I put the poster up, so that is nice. You can get some RP in here.
Last week you've been having a tough time making water. Is that true?
I kick the hell out of any man who disrespects me.
You know what I hate more than being drunk? Is other drunks.
Hell, you're blind
What
in
am I
one
doing?
eye and can't see out of the other. You go home with it. She made me burn downstairs. Looking at you, I assume she's ugly as hell. I told you this is gonna be fun. Can't do anything about them being dead. Drink up. Two saloons, my kind of town.
of a walker, let me tell you.
The watch looks broken, but of course you never started on time in your life.
Why go home? Stay happy for a bit longer.
Damn it! Don't tell me that story again! Ain't this nice? Nobody's fighting for once!
I hope old Chris don't start singing. Sounds like a wounded animal. Man, they'll get my damn boots dry in town. The hell you plan on doing with that? Anyone tries that with me, I'll put a hole in them. All like that, you gonna fall out of your chair.
I tell you, half them sheep been stole.
Medicine and whiskey, the two things I can't live without. Those O'Driscolls up at 6 cabin? Bad news.
That's my beer! Don't you know which one's yours?
That Leviticus Cornwall steal a coin off a dead man's eye.
Come on now, one kiss wouldn't kill you now, would it?
How we doing in Valentine?
Medicine and whiskey, the two things I can't live without.
Hey, drink your own
Wait.
drink.
I am ready and waiting.
I ain't serving you anymore. You sound drunk.
Damn your ass, boy. You already told that story.
It was nice. I mean, everybody loves events here, as far as I can tell.
I told you this was gonna be fun. Can't do anything about them being dead. Drink up.
Events have been great, and I love events. I love that there are so many people wanting to have them
Damn thing came
and willing to try different times and different things. Now, I don't know about the hunting event. The hunting event is like a midweek, like a Tuesday event. So we'll see if we get any take up for that time. So far, people have been playing it safe and doing them mainly on weekends. So we'll see.
Before I get bored!
Different types of events, different people. They're just like, you know, we're always going to support them, but technically speaking, I'm working on Tuesday, but I am semi-retired and I can pick my times to work.
Kick the
So,
hell out of any man who disrespects
yeah,
me.
and I have to just like stop working for a little bit for the event. You have to do a bit more work after, but I am semi-retired. I can pick my hours, so I'm still getting that through my head. I have 40 hours a month, and I can distribute those 40 hours anytime to any time I want. It's Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Amos Levi couldn't shoot a horse to save his life.
All like that, you gonna fall out of your chair. This whiskey stripped me meat off the lid, dog. Can't argue with that. Tell that old boy I'm gonna split his head open.
The race and horse show was really nice too. The spooky stories thing at what will be the Conjured Spirits Distillery was really good too. Right from the beginning, the first event was a trail ride, and that was really well attended. Then there was a fishing event. Then there was the spooky stories. Like, it's just been a lot of different kinds of events, and they are popular.
He and the missus had one hell of a blow up.
And I don't even think you need to provide food and drink necessarily. Like, it's good to have some extra on hand, but I don't think you have to offer food and drink at an event to make it successful. I don't think people come for the food and drink.
Don't start crying. This ain't the place.
Well, it's
We want to just start having poker night events and maybe like pick a night for them and just like have it be Thursday night is poker night at the, you know,
steal a coin off a dead man's eye.
and horses at the end. Well, you know, poker night, Winnie could come and stand in the window. Well, I play poker with Under Sheriff Dye and Deputy Wong, and their horses was looking in the window too. Yeah, no reason.
That ain't a pig you just killed.
Onion has adjusted her request for her horse. She did send a telegram, so Georgia will get that.
If you have to warn a feller twice, you ain't warning him right.
I'm just going to clean this glass for 10 minutes. I don't know what character Stevie was on. I was on Althea when she was here in chat, and she. Oh yeah, it'll happen. I'm not worried about it. I'm just here. Oh yeah, Althea pretty much only when Dunn's not around, and
Cheer up, will you?
Dennis just decided to spend some of his day-to-day playing.
Should have had that last one.
I might be around. Hi, Wade, how you doing? Nice to see you. I'm personally a Canadian, so it was just like a regular day for me. However, I did stream on that day. We didn't do anything like in the territory, because the territory is not officially part of the U.S., I guess.
Look at you, grin like a baked pie.
It's a territory. It's not a state. So, and we didn't have that many people. We have quite a lot of non-Americans on this server, so maybe next year we'll throw like a 4th of July party. That would be fun, actually. I did on my last 5M server. Nobody was doing anything on the 4th of July, and I'm a Canadian, right? So it wasn't something that had occurred to me beforehand, but when I got there and there was nothing happening, there were no events, I thought, I gotta do, like, my character's American, so she had to do 4th of July party. So we did this, like, spontaneous 4th of July party, and somebody noticed that we were doing it, so we had fireworks that were not being done by us being set off, so that was fun. Because I basically just spontaneously threw an event at a bar. It was an Irish bar, so it's not particularly American themed, but it was it worked really well. And then somebody else threw an event that evening that was quite spontaneous. So that sometimes you just kind of forget to plan things in game. A lot of people that are American are off doing actual things in their real life, so they don't necessarily think to plan an in-game thing. But I kind of laughed because it was like me, the Canadian, throwing an American event and my American character. What was your first event? The Dohertys? Was it the Dohertys for Doherty's 4th of July party? Got to hear Judy sing. You got in on the 26th of June. Okay. Yeah, I sang. us sang the American national anthem when they died.
Keep going on like that.
Some of those trollops, I get the clap just looking at them.
She's too old. I'm not marrying a 22-year-old.
How we doing in Valentine?
Now you must be drunk talking like that.
That doctor's got something going on, I know it.
The hell you plan on doing with that?
You just gonna stand over there and stare at me and be creepy?
I'll clip you on in a
Because I don't rightly like that. You better not just stand there and stare at me like that. It's real creepy.
Now you must be drunk talking like that.
I'm feeling mighty good right now.
Oh my gosh, that sounds like a lot of. I should look some of these up. They probably got some YouTube
Half them sheep been stole.
videos of them.
How you been keeping?
I think a lot of the world wants to display support for the American people, not necessarily the American administration, but American people. The world still cares about their well-being.
Woo, she was wild. Lost my hat as well as my money.
Saints Hotel. Ain't no saints to be found there.
Wow. Yeah.
Now that's just a drink talking. Everyone in here smells like sheep.
Canada has Canada Day. Our Canada Day got completely wrecked. I live in the capital of Canada, Ottawa, and we had like horrific storms and literally could basically not. We had to cancel everything. And I did stream. But we had to cancel all the official Canada Day stuff. Like there's usually a massive concert and lots of fireworks and all kinds of things going on. And they all had to get canceled this year because of the weather. It doesn't get canceled very many years. It has to be pretty bad for it to happen, but we just had to wipe the whole thing because it was just thunder, lightning, torrential downpours. The whole bunch of basements got flooded. It was just really bad. It was just literally was a washout. I don't know what they do if they do a do-over. It's basically a one-day event, so it just like if you miss the day, I don't know that they necessarily I don't know if they would reschedule it. There's usually a fly past of the evening show. The fireworks were canceled. A whole bunch of places rescheduled, I guess. But there was a lot of extreme weather here. There was going to be like a big fireworks at Loretton Flats. There was like they're just very concerned about the public safety. So much outdoor stuff that's going to be happening. They just have to make sure everybody's safe. There was a midday thing earlier. Like midday is a big thing too. The noon show that went on apparently. But the evening stuff, which is when really everything important happens, like a big day, that all got canceled. right. Well, we're gonna have our reset here. The really need much errors. Okay. Let's take a brief break. Do doing a new slideshow. We're gonna have a little bit of music. Today's music is "Breaking the Silence" by Willa P. Bennett.
Laying awake at night, waiting for the other shoe to drop. And the creak on the third step from the top. And the light from the hallway leaking under my eyelids as he opened the door to my room, hands under the covers, never breaking the silence. One hand on my mouth, the other where no hand should be. Whiskey words and a secret not meant for me. No hint of love as he wet the sheets. No words of compassion that might set me free. This quiet violence, never breaking the silence. All this time spent wondering why I thought I had nothing to say. Never feeling too much and liking it that way. I'm not gonna waste my life being afraid like everybody else. Always avoiding dark places, especially inside myself. I know two wrongs don't make it right, and I feel the answers out here tonight. And I can't go on without breaking the silence. This time spent wondering why I thought I had nothing to say, and never feeling too much and liking it that way. I'm not gonna waste my life being afraid like everybody else. Always avoiding dark places, especially inside myself. I know two wrongs don't make it right, and I feel the answers out here tonight. And I can't go on without breaking the silence. Midst of a full moon, the feelings were crazy and cold. The wages of sin is trouble again, but still our actions rang true. She said, you hear so many stories, but the fools lost out on the road, drifting from town to town and from young to old. I guess a rambler hard to hang on to. love is harder to hold. Push on, push on, push on, you weary soul. If you got trouble, or trouble has got you, there's only one thing you can do. For love or money, see it through. Push on, push on, push on. I said, if I'd known it was gonna come to this, I'd have wrote down every word I said. I'd have memorized it most carefully, practiced in my head. But if you're going to follow your own path, to come out right, if you get down on the street, you better come up tight. She said that love was an answer. Some love to fight, I love to feel alright. Push on, push on, push on, you weary soul. If you got trouble, or trouble has got you, there's only one thing you can do. For love or money, see it through. Push on, push on, push on. Staring up through the palm trees at midnight, searching for the one true love, trying to find a star in this night city sky, like looking for love in the whorehouse, brother. If you're going to follow your own path, to come out right when you get down on the streets, you better come up tight. She said that love was an answer. Some love to fight, I love to feel alright. Push on, push on, push on, you every soul. If you got trouble, or trouble has got you, there's only one thing you can do. For love or money, see it through. Push on, push on, push on. Come on, this ain't no dream you're living in. If it's on your mind, then it's under your skin. Get your feet back down on the ground, that's a good
Hot Trip, how you
place to begin.
doing?
And push on, push on, push on.
My goodness. Comfy dip dot. Right, I guess I better get back in. I just made myself a big old salad. Cucumber and red onion. What I have? I had some cherry tomatoes I had to use up.
You told
And
me yesterday that I've been on your
cucumber,
mind.
red onion,
You call me on the
tomato,
telephone
and
to tell me
few
that
sticks of
you're
imitation
fine.
crab,
And still
and a
you'd
little bit
like
of
to
whipped
cheat on
cream
me.
cheese.
Whenever you find time, it wouldn't be this way if I could
And
take my own advice.
soy sauce and roasted sesame oil and
Now
sesame seeds.
all the people in this town, they stare and laugh
Oh my God, did you?
and joke about our kind of love.
There was that.
It's anything but free.
You would come back dead if you did,
Who should know this better
unfortunately.
than
But
the ones who paid the price?
So this is a really good sour. Not the lowest calorie sour in the world, but it's not bad. Zeus, what about Zeus? Oh, you saw Zeus in the pictures. Oh, right, yeah. Oh yeah, he's been riding Zeus. He's into screenies. And there's a rabbit. That rabbit came and played with us. And there's Silly at the race. There's Silly running. I did not expect Tilly to do that well in the race, honestly. Yeah, you do. We were conjuring, speaking to the seed god there. I don't know if Dunn's coming or not. Oh, that's not anything. Well, Minion has is because she's not the owner. I mean, technically, she is an owner of the balloon, but she's not the owner in terms of the store, so she can't check the stock or anything.
Should have had that last one.
Yeah, you should probably be off, sure. Everybody else.
Morning, ma'am.
You gonna leave? I'm being late. I'm being late, sir.
Damn you!
Yeah, you go. Oh,
Gonna tear you apart.
oh.
God damn! Why me? Don't do it. That's enough. Leave me alone.
Yep. Well, you know, it's the hazards of being a little paper.
I gave you a chance.
He's still in there. I thought he left.
Didn't want to waste the bullet on you anyway.
Well. He said he didn't want to waste a bullet on her anyway, but shot her anyway. Oh, dang. Alright, we got a bandage. Yeah, we do. Usually if they're drunk and they're like that, they usually just wander out, but apparently he took exception to the treatment today, so the camera's take, yeah, there was me trying to work that. I am sorry. Alright, well, it did not work out the best for me. It's on there, is he? Bullet holes. You two just watched that and you didn't do anything.
Get the hell away from me!
Yeah, you get the hell out of here.
Oh, God, help me! You back the hell off now!
Yeah. Just watch me get shot and you don't even fucking do anything. Stupid cow. I should have just shot him, but
Done seen everything.
You fellas ready for a break?
well, it's time to go bird hunting. Hold your spirits, opening soon. Just like mishmash order. I don't really like. I don't love that. It'd be nice to have the new stuff on the top, but I guess we get what we get. Okay, $199. I got lots of money in the bank. I go hunt for some birds, maybe.
So,
Let's get migration out.
how you do?
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's better than the first one we had, but it's not. Oh, I did that stuff on my horse. Let's go on the horse. Hi, kitty. Go find some birds. Yeah, it's all of but one of my newspapers, and my newspapers come from the same Canva file, you know, the same dimensions, same everything, and saved on the same service. And one of them didn't show, and all the rest of them have, and I don't know why. One of them I literally didn't show. I had to paste it in myself to the channel, and I don't know why that would be. Like, why would that even be? There's like a couple turkeys around here, but apparently there's no turkeys around here right now. Oh. And sometimes they will, you know, be in the server. You can see them on the pinboard, but not in the Discord. Oh my god, this salad is so good. You can make it vegetarian pretty easily. You have some tofu bites or something. I've been eating more tofu lately. I bought a veggie chopper. It's the secret to my success. Getting more vegetables in. And I just love scoopable salads. And non-lettuce salads. I'm a fan. I've been eating a lot of, buying a lot of peppers, like red peppers. I don't like green peppers. Red, yellow, and orange peppers, making nice pretty salads. Cucumber. And then just sort of riff, you know. What was that? I heard something flush out. There's curry chickens around here. You get a couple of sticks of, couple or three or maybe 4 sticks of imitation crab if you're piscatorially inclined, and that makes a nice, almost like a sushi salad. Oh, nice anyway. I'm very much interested in fixing up my diet a little bit. I've been spending all these years alone eating really poorly. And Veggie Chopper just makes it so fast and easy to make yourself a salad. I really like making myself salads that way. Really quick too. And just having the stuff, like I have it anyway. I have sesame oil, I have soy sauce, I have rice wine vinegar, I have all kinds of things that can make you really bump up the flavors. I'd never even heard of whipped cream cheese. Oh, damn. English way with no turkeys. Where's all the turkeys, Tilly? Where'd they go? Oh, I got it, but holy shit, where'd it go? I'm never gonna find my Aunt Tilly. I shot it, but I know where it is. It was crazy. I did not expect to get that. And I definitely don't expect to find it. I have no idea where it would have fallen. No idea at all. It was just a waste of ammunition and a waste of a life of a bird, because I don't know where the hell that went. Well, maybe we'll go down to the water. Maybe we won't go down that way and kill ourselves. Maybe we'll just go down the water a very safe and even road. And not be a darn fool about it. What do you think, Kitty? Pretty country, isn't it? Usually you see a turkey or two around here. I hear birds, but I don't see them. there they are. I won't be able to find them, so I'm not gonna shoot them no more. It's a rock. It's a duck-shaped rock. Yeah, it should be on Jack and Alice. I'll do Jack and Alice tomorrow, probably. Do you have some people coming over doing some things tomorrow? Well, I messed it up, Chili. I messed it up big time. Alright, let's go. Go back to Valentine. I'm sorry, I just dumped some salad on myself. It's a little wetter than normal because of the tomatoes I put in it, so. I know. It's so good though. I use my veggie chopper all the time now. When I bought it, I brought over something. I was watching some YouTube videos of a nutritionist who was using it to make these scoopable salads. And I thought, I mean, that looks like it makes chopping up those things easy. I don't really, I'm not that fussed about the shape of my vegetable. Oh. Why can I not shoot? I am shooting everything but the bird. I'm just determined to get it now. Ow. Welcome to my world. Very clumsy. Now I gotta try to find where that other one was, and we rode quite a ways away from it. Where did we see them? Where did it disappear? Oh, there it is. Ravens don't give bird meat. You get some cool parts to them. Like if you shot a bunch of ravens and you got some of the cool body parts and you like robbed people, but and you were wearing all black and you left a raven bit in their pocket, that would be pretty fun. I don't have any characters that would do anything like that. Be your signature piece, I guess. I got 4 bird bits. No, that's not too much. Never heard from Don? No, I have not. I might have taken another nap. It's his one day off he has a week. If he wants to nap, he gets to nap. Oh, you're a little thirsty, Tilly. Let me take you over to get you a drink. to a stagecoach so I can eat more of my salad. Due to armadillo. Oh dear. Oh dear. You this is what pay for my sins. Well, I guess I get to eat quite a bit of my salad. So excuse me if I'm quiet for a little bit. I'm just gonna finish eating my salad and I'll be right with you.
Where'd you get that wagon there, Bart?
All right, I am back. I had to put some of it away in the fridge because I made too much salad. I swear it was only like half a cucumber. Half a cucumber, a couple of slices of red onion chopped up, handful of cherry tomatoes chopped up. There's not that much in it, but and then I had 4 thawed sticks of imitation crab, but between that it made a pretty decent sized salad. I also did not stint on the stint on the sesame seed. That was not what I needed to do. Well, damn it! I was looking at the bison and I ran into the box. It was not recommended. I would not recommend doing that. Still got my wheel, so. Oh, yeah, you don't use signposts in here either anyway. Everybody knows where they're going. Nobody reads the signpost, do they? Not me, who actually looks at signposts in games. Get it. Oh my, there's a bear. Should go away from that bear. He's just a black bear though. Probably see some wolves, but we shouldn't get attacked by them because they do not attack the carriages. Go through the McFarland Ranch and see if there's anybody there. Did you see that? Yeah, Nicholas, if he's there. You had to receive a kit, buddy. didn't see anybody, so continue on our way. The light is weird. $66. It is a crime and a shame. You send me the anus spurb, so help me. Oh yeah, China meal. You ready to go to Saint Denis, fellas? Need the fourth one knock it on. Right, well. It'll be better than what I just got, probably. I think it better be. Yeah, well, it ain't anus-spurt. It's the only thing I feel about it. I ate those tumbleweed anus-spurt. they tell me when you pronounce the seed Inisberg. Knowing full well it's not that. But, I guess probably it's Ansberg, right? Because it's named after someone named Anne. A lot of people say Annisburg, as though Anna's is 2 syllables, and then, oh, she said it that way, and then it just kind of developed and morphed into Annisburg, or part of the bodice you feel like you're in when you're in it. Yeah, I'm just gonna get my water and not spill it on myself when I drink it. My fizzy water is not that fizzy. It's okay. Have I heard from Dunn? I've not heard from Dunn. Got a little moonlight on his Discord, so he's getting a rest. Yeah, I don't know why those posters are broken on the board. Discord. Getting the image fill to load. Yeah, it's quite a shortcut. I did not die. I did not kill the horse. I did not kill these she fellas. we're getting out of here. Stop shooting at me. You idiots. Oh, it's been quite a day for people shooting at me. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, horses. We're out of it. They won't follow us now. Well, I just like the outdoor noises so much, like just the sounds of nature that you hear in this game. The birds, songbirds, everything's accurate, you know, the sounds. Yeah, yeah. Kind of does. I've been thinking about it, and I really kind of wish that the cougar specifically would go after the dog, but now that I know it doesn't, I kind of feel a bit different about it. Because I was going to have, you know, the dog try to protect, and didn't really do that. It's just not gonna. It's not gonna hurt the dog. I mean, the dog doesn't know that. And I guess it still could run at it, but there's not, like, I can't use the dog to, like, if the cougar is mauling the dog, then the human will get a respite, and it's just, I don't know what I was thinking in my mind. Just thinking that the dog could sacrifice itself so that the human could get away. But the dog can't really sacrifice itself if the cougar is completely disinterested in it, so I don't know. Still run at it and potentially distract it, because it did kind of notice the dog. It just didn't think of the dog as friend or foe. Dog was just furniture. But the dogs do kind of herd the cows, which is nice, because if you go on a cattle run, it can actually help a little bit. I've done 2 cattle runs on Milo, and it was fun. And alongside the cows, kind of try to steer them in the right direction. Yeah. Yeah, you can get very close to the animals because they don't see them, the pets, as a threat at all. They see them as potentially annoying. Like the bison saw the dog as annoying and didn't want it to be in their face, but they weren't afraid of it, and they weren't, you know, threatened by it at all. They were just kind of, go away, puny animal, leave me alone. Oh, yet another opportunity to get shot up by bandits. Hurrah! I'm so happy. Yep. I'm just a bandit magnet today. Just love me. Don't worry, fellas, I got you out of there. It's alright. Hello. You know what's really edifying is hearing the comments about this stagecoach and how fancy it is by people who are driving fancier wagons than this. You know, it's kind of strange. Oh, you're lucky Frank's not here, sir. Sorry, I locked into my mic. It occurs to me I should buy myself something for my birthday, which is on Monday. So I won't be streaming for it, but because I've got a friend who's invited me out to lunch, but it's not a birthday lunch, it's a retirement lunch, apparently. Later this month I have to go to Toronto, and apparently they're going to do a thing about me at the annual meeting, or, you know, the staff meeting, and they're trying to pull together pictures of the show of me when I was first started working here. I started working at this company in 2005. December 2005, so it's been a while. 20 years. Thank you for the $100, sirs. Should have been more, but where'd that other fella go? I That's what I want to know. Why is it just you guys? Hi, Rem. How you doing? I did doggy science this morning. Warm, yeah.
Hello?
A lot of people are warm. I have a fan on me. Where the hell's it gonna save me? Oh, Van Horn. It's a short one. Idiot. Hello? Oh, well. Here we go. Alright, I know I'm not supposed to ride on these bit, but I haven't seen a tram yet, so. There. I think I did a good job with that. I should have Onion do a little drug dealing on her side. She got some products she gotta move, but I'm gonna make sure there's law on. I mean, I don't have to make sure there's law on, but it's nice to make sure there's law on, because I know that you get a... It's nice to have some role play about it. I don't mind Onion getting a bit of a, you know, bit of a reputation for being a little bit crooked. But she's not going to do anything serious. She's just going to move a little bit of a, oh, look at those nice birds. I could have shot birds there, but I don't want to upset these fellas. There's a lot of birds down here. There's one up there. That pretty bird right there. They don't give animal fat, but they do give bird meat. So I do like to shoot them. Oh, and of course there's lots of alligators around. If you're not hunting alligators, you see lots of alligators. The second you decided, okay, I'm going to hunt alligators, you'll never find another one. That's the way the world is. Oh, missed my turning. There we go. We're back on track now. Excuse me a sec, I just gotta blow my nose. I am just blessed with seasonal allergies for every season of the year. That's an exciting view. Maybe slow down in the tank.
Found it.
$75, you cheapskates. Hi. You want to send me to Valentine? Don't send me to armpit or... Oh, she's okay. I'll take Rose. Are y'all getting on?
Whoa.
Will you get all my pay this time? No. Yep, alright, y'all. I'm happy about that. Oh, damn.
Don't bother me none.
It don't bother you none? Well, it bothers me that you ran in my way. Thank you. It was a stagecoach that I got from the stagecoach guy to drive these fellas to the thing to eat. A road, sorry. On the road. Keep forgetting where I'm going. Some really good videos of people like doing the real life locations in Red Dead, and some of them are a little up for debate. Because some of them could be a bunch of different places in the U.S., but well, it's a good bridge for ducks. I really enjoyed the night if fuckers stopped shooting at me. Because it would be a thing that they could stop doing. It would make me happy. I've already been in the morning. The minute we into Lemoyne and out of Lemoyne and back in Lemoyne again. Well, I don't have to go back through that bridge. I'm already on this side. I don't have to get shot at. I'm quite happy about that. Thinking I have visited that graveyard in the past. Oh, they want me to go over there? Why do I want to go over there? Oh yeah, I guess I know why they want me to go over there. Alright, well, I turn. We gotta go down this road. Still don't have to go over the bridge though. You know what my father used to say to me? He used to say, it's a good thing you're pretty, cousin, because you're not smart. And then he said to me, you can, with your looks, you can marry a rich man and have an easy life. I mean, that was before he kicked me out of the house and made me fend for myself at 15. I don't think he understood what easy life is for her.
That wagon must have cost you a pretty penny or two.
Well, that was the best fare of the day.
If I hear that damn Clementine song again. Hello.
Excuse me, sir.
Ma'am?
Sir?
Hello.
How do you do?
Right, there is a vote in the Discord for whether you want to switch to a new update of Murphy, which means you will lose all your Murphy outfits, but there are improvements that but all the ones that you have created and stored will be wiped, and you'll have to start again with your Murphy outfits.
How's your luck?
But yeah, I expect so. I expect they'll be able to be made, but there's we're missing a bunch of stuff, and it will have a better navigation. So do make sure to vote in that. To let Jim know how you feel about it, because I mean I know he's not one of these people that likes to update scripts for no reason or for for the sake of updating them. But he has let a few versions of it go by. We talked about when we did get Murphy in, because we did not have Murphy in when we started the server, obviously, but he did have Murphy Taylor account because he had it on Badger, and so we put it in. He put it in, and he's just he's been waiting, I guess, because we don't have a huge server base, and we haven't had people kind of requesting it till now. But we have had somebody request the updated Murphy. So, but there are. Oh God.
Fine wagon.
You like this wagon, do you? It's a stagecoach, sir. You're that impressed with stagecoach? You literally stand here all day long watching people pull out stagecoaches? I don't know why you're so impressed. I really don't. I am trying to drive that way, sir. I don't really want to go all the way to Armadillo, but let's check and see. Guns around. I mean, it's pretty overwhelmingly in favor of taming right now, but not everybody's seen the polls. We're definitely going in that direction. Yeah, yeah. Well, we had it on Medieval. We also had the Murphy character creator on Medieval, which is I don't think necessarily something we would do, but where am I going anyway? Am I going this way? Or this way? I was reading Discord. You could tell I was reading news cards instead of background. Yeah, that definitely was the case in medieval. You can't roll the sleeves. You end up rolling your arms off. Yeah, I guess it just, you know, it's going to hurt a little bit in terms of, yeah, I mean, yeah, you were the one that requested you look at it. And honestly, this is the first time somebody's requested it. So it's given him a reason to look at it. Yeah, it is free, but free because it's a bit of a headache. I seem to remember we changed Murphy a couple of times on Badger, and we always ended up being stark raving naked and having to ride to the Murphy Taylor like frickin' Lady Godiva. Oh, it's not annoying. It's just the first time somebody's asked for it, and you know, we talked about it. We did talk about it in admin, and you know, it's sort of like, well, you know, it's going to make everybody have to redo all their outfits, and you know. Another thing that we could do potentially is have the clothing bag that we used to have, so you can put your outfits in it. Because right now you can't put your outfits in the crate because the crate just sees it as clothing, and it you know, drops it all together. And so you can't. You just, if you put your clothing in a crate, you take it out, it's just going to be ruined. You have to go to Murphy's, get it again. We did have a clothing bag that worked in Badger Hollow, so we could bring that out again. Realistically, people shouldn't carry around tons of different changes of clothing, but right now we do. That's, you know. Oh yeah, absolutely, and I think if the server was, you know, more populated and busy, and we had people asking. Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't have to carry. I honestly, it's just because I'm lazy that I have my nightgown. She shouldn't have her nightgown on her. I mean, shouldn't. She should have it in her bedside. We've arranged, like, we've got a camp right up to our house, so we each have a camping storage in our bedroom. So in addition to our house storage, we each have our own storage in our bedrooms, and that's where I have been keeping Onion's nightgown. But I changed her into it last night, and I didn't, you know. Then you log off, then you've got it in your pocket. But we did have a working clothing bag, and Jim can conceivably bring that back as well. Because it just, you know, carrying a couple of outfits around in your pocket is reasonable, or even just having, like, your outfits in one place in your storage, because Red M doesn't let you organize your storage. It's nice to have, you know, you do not have to search around for things. I honestly don't remember what, like, I think all of the versions of Murphy were before this version, though, so I don't know if the clothing bags works with this version of Murphy or not. I have no idea. Maybe something for Jim to look at in the next little while. I haven't had too much trouble with color changing on my Murphy outfits, but I mean, on Alice, I typically wear grays, so it doesn't really, you know, those colors are pretty stable. Onion wears more brightly colored things, but I haven't really had a problem with their stuff either. I don't know. I don't know. Just been lucky. Really, I have not had too much trouble with the colors changing. See, I never wear corsets on any of my characters, so I think I do have a bit of a historical thing about people wearing corsets as outerwear, because they're not outerwear, they're underwear. You're not supposed to wear them on the outside. The only people that wore corsets on the outside were prostitutes, so take that for what you will. Yeah, I mean, I think they look great. They just historically were not worn over clothes. You would wear a shift, then you'd wear a corset, then you'd put your other clothes on top of that. They had to wear a lot of layers. So. Yeah, it's very modern to wear corsets as outerwear. And the shifts don't work either in Red M. The shifts don't work like shifts would, which is like the very basic underwear under your body. They didn't have bras, you know. They did have underpants. So you would wear a shift, then you would wear the corset would act like a bra and hold your boobies up. And then you would put your clothes on top of that, and you would have the nice silhouette that you would want under your clothes. Victorian silhouettes were pretty amazing. They liked their women shapely. And women like to be shapely. They like to show off their forms, and they got a chance to do that with using corsets. One of my favorite movies of this time period, and I don't know if you've seen it, is the Mike Leigh movie Topsy-Turvy, which is about Gilbert and Sullivan, the musical duo in England, who did all of those well-known operettas, the Mikado, and it is specifically about the making of the Mikado. And it's a great movie, but I just love it in terms of how the look and feel of Victorian England, and how people are dressed, and how, of course, they're coming for me. God fucking damn it. Yeah, it's a beautiful movie too. It's a great ensemble cast. I just love it. Got some of my favorite actors in, and it's just so good. And I love Gilbert and Sullivan. I grew up with Gilbert and Sullivan. I was in some Gilbert and Sullivan operettas when I was young. I knew people. We had a Gilbert and Sullivan society in my hometown, and it's fun for me. Like when I'm not streaming, I will play. I have a Spotify list of time period music, and it's got a lot of Gilbert and Sullivan in it, and of course the Mikado's got some wonderful stuff in it. But it just, the movie is great. If you haven't seen it, do see it. Topsy-Turvy. places have the whole movie on YouTube, like you can watch. I don't know if you have one of those confounded things that hides where you're coming from, then you can pretend you're in Canada and see it for sure. Because I can see it on YouTube. I can watch the whole movie on YouTube, and it's just a great, great film. It does not shirk away from things like the racist attitudes of people at the time, misogyny. It just is a very, and also just the social norms and mores of the time, and you know, marriage issues, infidelity. Well, actually, it's not even infidelity. Well, I guess it is. But Sullivan has a mistress, and they have to make a decision, or she makes a decision. She's a modern woman, and she makes her own decision about pregnancies. And, you know, there's so much in it that I also like it because it is like 1885. It's like this time. So you can see, for example, one of my favorite scenes, and it's a dumb little scene, but it's them using the telephone, which was so newfangled at the time, and like how people coped with dealing with new technology. It's just really fun. You know, just bellowing into the phone and using code because they didn't want people overhearing, because of course you have to go through an operator at that time to get a call placed, and you didn't want the operator knowing your business. It just and at one point I think Doily Cart gives Sullivan fountain pen, which was a new invention at the time. So instead of having to dip your pen, you had this pen that holds its own ink, and that was a big innovation at the time. Doily Cart also talks about building the hotel and how he wanted a bathroom in each room, and the architects and plumbers thinking he's insane. But of course, that's the standard. You don't have hotels where everybody shares a bathroom anymore. I have been in hotels where people share bathrooms in Europe. Not necessarily the privy, but the room where you wash was communal. And it is a cultural shock to have to do that. But of course, this is what they did. They didn't have facilities like that. They had chamber pods, for you to do your business in your hotel room. And then you had to go elsewhere to bathe yourself. They might have a nightstand where you can wash your, they would have, wash bowl. But I just love that. And also we go to the dentist. I mean, there's just so many things in it that are real, of the time. Gives you a real feeling for what it was like to live in Victorian England. And of course, it wasn't that different on this side of the pond either. Everything was newer. Things weren't as crowded, obviously, because America's a huge country compared to England. But, the niceties of life were still aspired to. And people did like their creature comforts. Oh yeah, I also, am I going to Armadillo or am I going to... I am going to Armadillo. Ah, I thought I was going to Tumbleweed. Yeah. Yeah, that's, you wouldn't think that kind of hotel would have shared bathrooms. I remember staying in a place with my mother and brother in trying to think where it was. Oh, it was in Paris. We got off of the train really late at night, and there was not many options offered for, because you have to get your arrange your hotel through the visitor bureau, and we got there a little late, and there wasn't much available walking distance, or reasonably close to where we were, so we went and stayed in this one place, and it was definitely one of the places where you paid by the hour. And we stayed overnight, and we had a breakfast paid for, and it was just elevators up and down all night. It was a small hotel, and a lot of bed creaking and a lot of screaming, and oh, it was not good. We're still missing people coming out of the stations, Jim. And then my mother cried all night. I had to share a bed with her, and she cried all night. And the next morning, we packed up to leave as fast as humanly possible. And then, and the guy was yelling after us, going, "But your breakfast, your breakfast." And we're like, "No, ma mère est malade," is what I said to him. I said, "My mother's sick. Ma mère est malade." And we just hustled out of there. And my mother had stayed in a hotel in the north of Paris once. She was always coming to Paris from Holland, so she was coming from the north down. And we had been coming. This came from Italy up, so we went to the south end of Paris for this particular disastrous place. Which was called Jack's Hotel, by the way. I remember this now. It was called Jack's Hotel, not Jacques. Jack's. That was a bad sign. That was a badass sign right there. Yeah, I'm still getting a lot of stagecoach rides where people don't get on, and then you get paid absolutely good with squat when you get there. One or more people don't get on. Sometimes they're empty. Like from Tumbleweed and Annisburg, for some reason, some people don't get on at all. So anyway, we took the metro across Paris to go to the hotel that she had stayed at before. And it had been maybe 5 years or more since she had been at this hotel. I want to say closer to 10 years since she'd been at this hotel, okay? My mother was a crazy Dutch lady with bright red hair. Her hair wasn't quite as bright at this time, but that's what she had been before. And I swear to God, when we walked into that hotel lobby, the concierge took one look at her and went, "Madame!" Like, he recognized her. I couldn't believe it. I absolutely fell the hell over. He really recognized her. He promised her he would get a room ready for her right away. And that was that. That's where we stayed the rest of the time we were in Paris. That was right across the Gare du Nord. That was a pretty noisy hotel, but it was not anywhere near like hellhole we ended up in the south. But sometimes, Jim, I have actually seen a guy come out of the Tumbleweed Saloon and then disappear. So if that is consistent with what you're talking about, then I have seen that. I saw him come around, and as soon as he got sort of with an eye shot of the wagon, he completely disappeared. All right, well, that might be the problem. I have told people about the poll, but it does appear to be pretty one-sided, so okay. Quite a little bit, but we got a pretty overwhelming response that people are very happy to give up their costumes for current outfits for future improvements. I just remember this one time that we changed the Murphy on Badger, and Jack and Alice had to ride from their house to the peak of fashion completely naked. They look like the Lord and Lady Godiva riding bareback, literally bareback. Jim is such a cheater. He's not going to do that, by the way, just in case you don't get him. Just like to be a little bit of a shit disturber. Oh. Sorry. Yeah, I think it's because on Badger we took out the other clothing altogether and made it Murphy for everything, I think. Although we didn't have the Murphy didn't have the character builder at that time, so maybe it wasn't, I don't know. I don't know if I remember that right or not. Now they've got the Murphy character creator, so which we used on Medieval, and my god, it's got so many options, like it's almost too much. Yeah, it's much safer to have a base game outfit that you can always start out with. It's much safer. It prevents the ride of shame. Yeah. We just rode like the wind and hoped that nobody would see us. Where the hell am I going again? Oh, strawberry, okay. I got that short of memory. My memory's just good, but it's short. I actually, for some reason on Althea, I created her costume, her regular outfit with her favorite sweater coat, and it doesn't show up. So what I would have to do for a while is I made a Murphy outfit, and I didn't have a skirt. Her favorite skirt isn't in Murphy, so I would start her out in a regular outfit, then I would switch to her Murphy outfit, then I would take the coat off using F1 or using a page up, then I would change her back to her regular outfit, and then I could use page up to put her coat off and on. So that I used that cheat for a while, but then I found a skirt in Murphy that I didn't mind, so I don't need to do that anymore. I just change her to her new Murphy outfit. Yeah, Jim gets to run his own show the way he likes it and the way we like it, so it works out well that way. $52. Oh, damn. We gotta go and see if George is around. I don't know, I don't remember ever being on a server where that was the case, that you had physical items, physical clothing items. I'm trying to remember if I was. I don't think so. Oh, they are here.
Oh goodness
Hello?
me. Howdy, Miss Onion.
Hi there, how are you?
I'm doing alright. I just woke up from my nap. How are you been faring?
I've been faring all right. I did get shot at by a patron in the bar when I first got up this after the bad weather, and that was unfortunate.
What in the hell? Alright,
Bye,
okay. Are you alright?
Alice. Oh yeah, and then I got accosted by bandits several times doing stagecoaches. So I'm
Oh,
thinking maybe I'll stop for a while.
hey, that sounds like a great idea. Honestly, it sounds like you've already had quite enough for today, right?
I have.
I mean, I just came from the telegram station and I read your telegram, and I do
Yeah.
think we can make it happen for you.
Oh, great. I'm very happy to hear that.
Indeed, I was just wondering. I mean, I am assuming you want the imported one, basically. I just
Well,
want to double check with
I
you.
mean, well, I didn't see your catalog showing any imported options anymore. Uh,
For the Foxtrotter?
I didn't see any
Okay,
imported
let me.
anything. So,
All right, let me have a look here.
maybe you can, because you was a horse trainer, so you might have a special part of your
Oh,
catalog.
that's a good one, actually. I do not know.
I did not. I went to look last night. I was looking at an imported Nakota originally. The fella said her name was Karen, but but then I saw this other one, the Sable Champagne Foxtrot, and I thought she was real pretty. I do want a girl horse, a mare. Um,
That is understandable. We can certainly get you one. Let's have a look here. Talking to Jones. Let's see what he has. Yeah, I mean, I have the options available, indeed.
yeah, I don't see 'em myself, but maybe I was just had tired eyes earlier today.
Uh, I mean, I mean, it's a big catalog. No, we're truly blessed with all the horses that we can have, imported and bought.
Yeah. I
Let's
really
see,
did not see
Foxtrotter,
imported
indeed.
as, so I was thinking maybe the importers were
I
just
believe we have two, or do we have just the one?
um,
We have two, indeed. But one is a little bit more spry than the other. I would certainly go for that one instead.
yeah, I think is just yeah, I just want a nice a pretty horse and I thought the Sable Champagne was very pretty. I do want him to be as fast and as well performing as possible, like being able to turn and such. But just like the look of them.
I mean, certainly so. I mean, you can look over my shoulder at the paperwork that Jones has bestowed upon me if you wish.
I can look over his shoulder, so.
Okay, let's see if you can peek into the paperwork that Jones has given me here.
Hang on. I'm not seeing the options of stream. Or see her stream. God, as soon as I right there, hang on. Okay, I'm looking at over your shoulder.
Okay, so we have this one here. Missouri Foxtrotter is really good. Imported, but we can speak to the breeder and ask for a different coat. See if he has horses
Yeah, I don't
available
want to
of the
see
same kind.
those ghost ones.
No, indeed, but we have that one.
Still,
In terms of
I'm muting
how
myself in the
capable they are and
Discord.
all that
You heard
sort.
that?
And we got this one too. you know, if you're, you may as, between you and me, you may as well go for the other one in terms of, how fast they are and such.
Yeah, honestly, I think that the one I was looking at is just as nice. I don't know why I'm hearing a Discord when she's muted and I'm muted.
So it would be, kind of this one in terms of, the good genes, as it were.
Sure.
All right, okay. And then you would like a mirror, and it would be called Honey.
Yeah. And if you can get, I mean, it would be honey if it was like more of of the champagne kind of color.
And they,
If
yeah, I
if
can
it's
ask
got to
Jones
be
about that.
dark, I'd have to come up with another name for it. But if you can get it with that kind of coloration, it would be real nice. I
I can
don't
certainly
need
work on that
to,
for you.
I don't want to cost Miss Lila an arm and a leg with the horse though. So I can pay any differential.
It's all right. Don't worry about it, Ma'am. It's I've spoken to Miss Bray about it, so this will very much fall within the available costs or funds. So don't
All
you
right.
worry.
All right. And is training included, or I pay for that separate?
No, that's included as well. Don't you
Oh my
worry.
goodness, that's very generous price, honestly.
Okay. So what I can do is I can speak to Jones. He can try and get me the mirror over soon. If you want, you can have a look at the mirror in just a little bit. I saw you were doing stagecoach. I assume that was you.
It was me doing it, yeah, but I'm getting a little fed up with it, honestly. I've been getting these terrible runs, and I was thinking about stopping. But,
That's entirely fair indeed. Will I mean it was gonna take Jones a little bit to get the
oh,
right
no,
horse in
there's
this area.
literally no rush at all. I can ride. I'm happy riding Tilly. Don't worry. I also got to
I'm
ride
happy to
Mabel a
hear.
little bit because she'd be sulking.
I mean, yeah, that's totally understandable indeed. Tell you what, I'll be speaking to Jones at length. You're more than welcome to come on by in I don't know, half an hour or so, and hopefully by then he'll have brought over a horse, and you're welcome to take a look and see if it's to your liking or not.
Right. Well, I think you know what I want, so I'm pretty sure you can arrange with Jones to get a real suitable horse.
Hopefully so. Would you prefer, the horse to be an even color, just
I personally
sable champagne all over?
do like it to be uniform as possible, but I had Jam who had some spots in white face, striped down her face and stuff. And I didn't mind that too much. So if there's a little dappling or something, it's not it's not a problem if you can only find one that's got a little dappling. But I do like a nice uniform coat.
All right, duly noted. Then Jones and I will get to work, and hopefully soon we'll have the horse of your dreams. Apart
Thank you
from
so
Tilly, of
much.
course.
Well, of course, I mean, Tilly is just so beautiful.
Obviously.
I mean, Tilly is amazing. It rained when I was last here in Strawberry after come and look for you, and it rained on us, and we rode into town, and I just parked up by the telegram office, and Tilly was just shining because the sun is starting to come out, and she was wet and shining, and she looked so beautiful.
Oh, goodness me. I mean, it does my heart, great joy to hear that still, truly.
Oh yeah, she's gonna be my number one horse for the foreseeable future, until it's time to give her her rest, But
Of course.
she's just my favorite, and sometimes I ride around with Frank and I don't feel like it's too much of a burden for her because she's a real strong horse, and I
Oh,
don't.
yeah.
Sometimes it just don't feel right to have. I mean, I know Frank's had a little trouble with Zeus.
Oh,
He's actually quite timid in a lot of respects. I found, Frank has found him to be quite timid, running from bears and such,
oh, I
dumping us
see. All
down.
right.
So I don't know if he really is not the god of horses or men that we've been hoping, but I know he likes him very much. He just it might, and it appears to have diminished a little bit somehow.
Oh, is that okay? All right. Well, I mean, you're welcome to bring Susan by. We can have a look at him, see what can be done. Maybe there's something that needs to be adjusted to his diet or something.
Yeah, maybe. It's possible. He just feels like he's diminished a little, and he's a real nice horse. We ride him most of the time, I would say. Um, except
Oh, I see.
when I oh, there's is that your fella?
Uh, that might be.
Is it-
Could be so. I did not say. I was busy thinking about Susan. What could potentially be the issue with him?
Oh, all right. Yeah. You know what? For somebody who runs up, oh, I do have food on me.
Oh, that's good indeed.
I want to say I run a saloon, don't have any food on me, but I do. There, just fine. All right, well, thank you, Miss George. You can send
Yeah,
me a
of course.
telegram, and let me know which, if you got the mayor. And,
I will let you know. Absolutely.
Morning.
good morning.
Well, I'll be morning indeed.
What's happening here?
Miss Onion just came on back to claim her reward, as it were, or rather talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm gonna
mean,
see what
she
can be done.
gonna get Jones to get me a horse. It's
Sounds good.
it's gonna be a very fine horse, and I'm gonna be very happy. But I still love Tilly with the bottom of my heart, and Tilly is my horse forever. She's just the nicest horse. She's very even tempered. She just don't complain about nothing really. She's real good. And of course, I have to
Indeed.
treat her like the spoiled princess that she is. I clean her hooves regular. Make sure she's not wanting for anything, and she's just the best.
It sounds like Tilly, right? Especially so after winning that show, no
Oh
doubt.
yeah, well I had to give her, I had to give her so. Well, I can show you. I can just call her up here. She's got that little bow now.
Oh yeah,
Her little
indeed.
flower in
All
her
right, oh,
hair.
look
So
at that.
yeah,
You have a nice evening, miss.
she's pretty and she knows it.
Indeed, she does.
All right, you folks have a lovely evening. We'll be back, and if Frank wakes up, I'll get him to come over here. Maybe you can take a look at juice for him.
All right, will do. Most
All right.
certainly so. We'll see you soon.
All right.
Yeah, have a good one.
Take care now.
Oh, and the gun's on. I don't know what he's doing, but I'll send him a telegram. Send Frank a telegram. Let him know I talked to George about Zeus. You just wait here a second, Tilly. I will be around. I'll just sign it. Oh. Alright. I do not like riding horses at night between here and Strawberry and then Valentine because you can get very, very, very messed up. I'm also up to 5 hours streaming, so prior to this. Okay. Seem to be the only one streaming, at least the only one I can stream.
Hello again.
Hi there. So let me see if there's somebody else on the team. A whole bunch of people playing Cybercore. Ruby's doing a stress test of a new Redum server called I don't know whose that is. The bag is playing on Project Republic. Trying to get him to get on some public servers or private servers because he seems to be. He was on No Pixel, banned from No Pixel Public because of a personal vendetta against him. Yeah, which also got him banned. Whitelist, which had been his dream. I'm on it for a short time before I get banned. Unfortunately, so he's pretty public. But I've since had a really hard time getting him. He's a really good, pop player. Really good. I haven't been able to get him.
Bye again.
Bye again. This freaking standing. Also, Geeky Meepy is playing on Cybercore. I know a lot of people are playing on Cybercore. Go see Geeky Meepy. He's wonderful. Of course, if you don't want to, watch, just drop by and say hello for a minute, and go on to do what you would be doing anyway. And I will see you guys soon. Don't think I'll stream on my birthday, but I might. I might stream on my birthday, Monday. And okay, you guys have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you soon. Bye bye.